You know what? All this time, I've had my music going and it's been driving me nuts, and it hasn't even been live. Give me a second to turn on a light. And here I am. Hey, how's it going? It's me, your friend, Wynne Blue. I'm sorry it took so long for me to get here. But here I am. Still trying to get my YouTube stuff figured out. Of course it went wrong. Now it's figured itself out. I think it's figured itself out. Anyway, let me turn on my stylus. Where's my droid cam with the Freddy in it? Are we not working, Fred? All right, I'm gonna walk over there and I'm gonna see exactly what it is that's keeping my phone from doing the right thing. So anyway, I will probably edit those 12 minutes of me not having any audio going on in the background. So let me turn up my Lofi a little bit, because I really do want to get started on, or at least continue, the painting that I was doing last week. And I don't want it to be too loud, but I also let's make sure I'm not overpowering it, and vice versa. So I'm gonna go on to the next screen over here, and we're gonna see, oh God. I have a black screen. All right, let's see if it works. Let's gonna go back. I'm just having all kinds of crazy stuff happening today. Let's try this one more time. You gonna work? Come on, let's refresh. I can't do this without you. Okay, we're figuring it out. Reactivate. working on it, folks. There we go. I'm trying something new. Hang on a second. This is one of those things where I've moved the camera and now everything is crazy. So you get to watch me go through my new progress with you. Because I want you to see what I see. Come on. We're going to rotate clockwise. There we go. There it is. And we're going to make it just a skosh smaller. I don't want to make it a skosh smaller, but we're going to so it fits. I think I might just go back to the old format at some point. Let's see, where is my background? I don't want my stuff to be naked here. But I do want you to be able to see what I'm working on. There we go. Actually, this is what I'm going to do. This is tech support night with Wynne. Okay, now I think I've got it figured out. So let's do one more camera thing here. There we go. Yay, we can see everything. And I've got my regular camera right here. Hello. And then we will get started. I might just, I don't know, I kind of like the idea of having everything here where I can see it. But I also like the idea of being able to actually work on it. Screw it. Okay. We're just going to do what I thought I was going to do. Okay. Worst comes to worst, I will go, just and forget about that. Hope everybody's having a good night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm probably not going to work on this part tonight. What I want to do is I want to work on the walls that are back here. So I'm going to be doing some masking. And masking means tape and X-Acto blades. And so what I'm going to be doing here is I'm just going to be taping this and possibly taping this stuff off. Yeah, I think I'm going to tape this stuff off too. Worst comes to worst, I'm just going to turn my camera around so that we can all see what is right here. Let me know what you think if you're feeling brave and want to join the chat, whether or not you want to see more of this close up, or if this is just fine. Either way, don't be afraid to speak your mind on some of this. might start with the tiny tape first. I thought I had it figured out, but no, I do not. I do not have it figured out. Not all the lines on these stars are straight. They're not perfect stars. So I'm kind of bending the tape a little bit so that it covers exactly what I want it to. I also have to think about overlap. Do I want a space between the edge of the star and where the walls are? Or do I want it to look like I've painted over the edges of the stars? That's a tough one. But I know what I want. I think I would rather have a little of both. But I'm going to work really hard to avoid having to come up straight up to the tape. And the red tape is just insurance. And it's going on kind of lightly. Because even though it's masking tape and this is what it's designed to do, I don't want to run the risk of having paint come off. I just want to protect my star. And does this seem like overkill? It kind of does. Because the little skinny tape seems like, why not just use the red tape? I'll tell you why. I'm not going to use the red tape because it's thick and it's a little stronger, and the adhesive is just a slightly different viscosity, which means that when you put the masking tape down, you kind of have to give it a good rub to get it to stick and block the way you want it to. Now, if you've ever had the blue tape, everyone I know has a roll of blue tape. And the blue tape is really great. It doesn't stick a whole lot. That's fine. But it's not supposed to stick. It's there to help you out. Frustrating. All right, there we go. The devil's in the details. If I didn't do this, it would not do what I wanted it to. It truly wouldn't. I don't know if you realize this, but I am quietly cussing inside my head. Cussing at this tape. And not because it's not coming up, it has more to do with my X-Acto blade is not very sharp. Now I knew I was going to have to cut the red tape. And yes, I knew it was going to be just a little complex. But you know, my main mask is going to be the small white tape, which is this. Tell you what, I did not want to get up this morning. I would really like to be working again, but I also don't want to go back to the career I was dealing with before. All I really want to do is figure out how to do something creative that might make me some money. And it doesn't have to be art. It doesn't have to be music. It doesn't have to be comics. Maybe I could design forms or templates or something. Now, I've never been a designer. I'm not much of a designer, even though I did take graphic design classes at university. My graphic design teacher was a grad student, last name de Villiers, and he was kind of a prick. And he was the first person who told me that I needed to be in illustration instead of graphic design. I didn't know what that meant. But design apparently is not my thing. And I know that if you're not an artist, it can be really confusing. I mean, don't you need an artist? I mean, if you're going to need somebody with graphic design, don't you need someone who's an artist? Yes and no. Graphic designers are artists, but not all artists are graphic designers. There's a psychology to design. And there's a rigidness to it as well. Where in fine arts you learn about the history and you learn about composition and how things express and the materials that you use and how they can be used. You learn a lot about technique. You learn a lot about how just because something isn't finished doesn't mean it can't be shared. And I think every single art student that I ever took a class with never quite got that. They were in that mindset where your English class or your science class or your literature class, all of them wanted completed assignments or nothing. Whereas art classes, no, if you're not done with your assignment, bring it anyway. Bring that half-finished canvas, that barely there sculpture, bring it to class. Let everybody know what your process is. And once they're done asking questions and making comments on what you have, you tell them what you were going to do. And then a few days later, after you've had time to work on it, you take it back to your TA or grad student or professor and say, this is what I got. And he'll look at it and he'll go, And you won't know you had a good grade until later. At least that's what my experience was. one of my TAs, one of my professors at WSU. I don't remember his name, but I remember that he had a pet rat. And that rat was really smart. A lot of them are. But they don't have a very long lifespan. They're not like a cat or a reptile. They are, you might have them for 5, 6 years maybe. I know hamsters only live to be like maybe 3. But he loved that rat, and I remember him telling me this story about how much he loved that rat. The rat had a tumor, and he spent a whole paycheck getting this rat into surgery to remove the tumor. He says, I know what your first thought is. And I said, what do you think my first thought is? And he says, why the hell did you spend so much money to remove a tumor from a rat that's only going to live 6 more months anyway? I said, no, that's not what I was thinking. That is not what I was thinking. I was thinking, is the rat okay? Did he survive? How is your little buddy? And he's like, oh, well, he's doing all right. And I said, good. And then I asked him why he spent so much goddamn money to remove a tumor from a rat. Because I was genuinely curious. At the time, I had an illegal hamster at the dorm. Illegal hamster! Because you're not supposed to have animals in the dormitory. Don't do that. That's bad. But people broke that rule all the time. You were allowed to have fish. Yes, please, let's have a fish. I knew one guy who had a piranha, and I thought, yeah, how do you feed him? Just kind of drop some meat in there and he's happy. All right. Well, it's kind of creepy, but oh well. People gonna people. College student's gonna college student. Okay. So my plan for tonight is to mask off all this stuff. Get as much of this to the color and the state that I want it to be in. And then move on to something slightly different. Okay. I've got to have a better blade than this. This is nuts. That works. The tricky part here is I don't want to cut my canvas. I only want to cut the tape. And if I cut on top of the skinny tape, I'm okay. But if I cut into the painting, it's gonna make me unhappy. Nobody's gonna care, nobody's gonna notice, but it'll make me unhappy. let's see if I can get in a little closer here. Man, when it comes to cutting things or working on the finer detail, I have to really work and make sure that I'm still breathing, because I have a tendency to hold my breath. Come on, let go. Okay, let's move over to the other one and get that one cut up. That's a messy one.
Now I'm covered in tiny little pieces of tape. It happens. Okay, let's turn this back around and get that frame figured out. Recently I took a trip down to the Goodwill because I've wanted one of those frames that has a bunch of little places to put photographs. I have a few, but I need at least one more. So I went down to Goodwill and I thought I could find one. I also thought I could find one on a Buy Nothing group, but I figured I would try the Goodwill first. So I went down there, and they did have some frames with the multiple cutouts for different things. But See, for the most part, they were huge. I didn't have any space on my wall for something like that. So I just went ahead and I found a frame around the size that I had on my wall, the space I had on my wall. And I bought that, and I figured, okay, well, I'll just create my own little cutout spaces for them. I mean, I've done it before. I was just hoping for something smaller. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't put a lot of family pictures up. It's mostly things like friends who send me Christmas cards. And, you get pretty Christmas cards, and I've done Christmas cards for a very long time, so while there are some people who are all, no, not gonna do it, I'm just gonna think happy thoughts. I have to do holiday cards. So I have a few people who every year they send me, a family picture. That's pretty standard, you just find a template on Shutterfly or Vistaprint or whatever, and you just upload your favorites, and there they go. Maybe go to Costco and you have that done. But, some of these people I've been friends with for a really long time, even though I don't get to see them very often. And I kind of like to have a place where I can see them and think about them when they're not with me. I don't know what people think their friends are going to do with pictures of them. I know some people just kind of stick those cards on their fridge. Why not, right? I don't have any room on my fridge for Christmas cards. So I look at the card and if they have more than one picture, I will pick one that I really like, that I think flatters them. And I'll cut it out. One family has been sending us Christmas cards every year for the past 10 years, I guess. And I've watched their kids grow up, and they always send a family picture, and as soon as I get it, it goes in the frame or in the place where I usually have their picture. I just don't see them enough, and I want to see everybody. I want to be able to visit everybody. Since the pandemic, I've had to teach myself how to be in touch with friends outside of social media. And I often feel like I'm the only person who feels like this. You know, I have a stepkid who was in high school when the pandemic hit, and we had to explain to them over and over, no, you cannot go see your friends. I'm sorry, but you can't go see your friends. We don't know what's going on with this drug. We don't know what's going on with this disease. Oh, but I gotta see my friends. Oh, it was terrible. But you know, they didn't lose any friends. They didn't lose any friends, and right now they have a very rich social life. People that they see on the regular, they have good roommates. It's really nice. But then there are other family members who, for one reason or another, they just have been sequestered away. You know, they're fine being by themselves, but the thing about being by yourself, living alone, is that you get a little changed if you can't go out in the world, if you feel like you can't leave your house for one reason or another. And you entertain yourself with lots of television and news, and you start to wonder, what am I doing? And you know what I did? I talked to myself constantly. So to sit here and either make music or tell stories, whatever it turns out to be, I would do it. I needed to hear myself. I needed to hear a human voice, and it was and even though I saw people on video calling, and I have the occasional hangout with friends, it's not the same as just being able to go out. Maybe go out to the bar or talk to the clerk at your favorite convenience store. It's just not the same. And you want to see and you want to be seen. You want to remind yourself that you exist, you know? Now, the phenomenon known where you're talking to yourself and there ain't nobody around, I call that monologuing. I don't know, what would you call it? Would you call it monologuing? Because I didn't have anybody around me, and all I wanted to do was talk, hear a story. I would imagine scenarios where there were people around me. Was I accepting an award speech? Doing one of those? Was I teaching a class? What was I doing? I don't know what the heck I was doing.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I'm going to see if I can turn this so that this is a little less of my arm in the way. These scissors have so much adhesive on them. It's getting hard for them to cut anything. That's not much better, but all right, I'm going to back up a little bit so we can see the whole thing. Let me see if I have a third camera I can use so you can see the mixing process. Because it's time to mix paint. Okay, let's add a camera. Okay, adding a camera. Oop. That is very big. Thank you, Beach Doggy, for lurking. This has been a very lurkable stream so far. see if I can get a bunch of stuff off of here so I can mix new colors. I might need to figure out where those fancy extra lights are. Don't want to be the one that covers up everything. This is not easy. Why didn't I do this earlier? I can hear my husband cooking. He's either cooking or he's feeding animals. I'm not quite sure. So I just finished watching the remaining episodes I had left of a show called Yellowstone. Now, there's a lot of drama in and around that show. And if you like cowboys, please go watch it. But if you don't really care too much about cowboys, yeah, it's all about cowboys and the stupid stuff they do. There is a significant amount of violence in it. Things like bar fights and animal carcasses from cattle being eaten by other wild animals. And you know, the first 4.5 seasons are really good. But then Kevin Costner comes in and he's like, I really hate what you're doing to my character. And the showrunner says, "Oh yeah?" He says, "Yeah." So it took them maybe a year or so before they released any more episodes after that, but it wasn't canceled. Too much writing on the show, merchandise and viral video and all that. So they just wrote him out. They said, "Okay." "Okay, Mr. Costner, if that's how you feel." "If that's how you feel, Mr. Costner, then we're just going to write you out of this whole show." And they did, in the most obnoxious way possible. And then from there, it's like he told all the writers that he wasn't going to pay them, so that's my guess, because the scripts just went completely downhill after that. But I watched it anyway because I wanted to know what happened. And now I need a new television show to watch. Oh, and then there was one I watched on Netflix called The Lazarus Project. Because I am a sucker for a good time travel story. And I haven't gotten through all of Black Mirror. The last one I saw had Peter Capaldi in it. Alright, I think that's about as clean as I'm gonna get it, without taking it into the kitchen for a good scrubbing. Alright. Let's see if I can do something fancy here. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna make this super big. And we are going to see what colors we're gonna use. So I'm going to bring out my mixing white. I'm also going to pull out some phthalo green. And I'm going to need a red to mute that green. I think I'm going to use the crimson, because it doesn't have as much blue in it, and if you look at this, that's kind of, I don't know, I've always seen this as kind of a green. I could be wrong, but I see it as kind of a green. All right, so let's go back to we're not going to need a whole lot of green for this. I went to a friend of mine's house on Sunday, and we were, just kind of hanging out, and her husband made all us ladies, an espresso martini, or was it a chocolate martini? I can't remember, because it was delicious, and I wanted more than one. But here's the problem. I'm a lightweight. It's probably not a good idea for me to have more than one drink. Plus, I cannot have fermented drinks like beer or wine, which is fine because I didn't drink either of those things anyway. Let's go back to that mix. See how well we can get that in there. Now that I see this, I'm wondering if I No, I'm going to stick with adding a little bit of red. Just a little. Because red is powerful.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
If this doesn't work, I'm going to have to clear the palette and try again.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay. So this is kind of a... How do I put this in here? It needs to be lightened up and it might need a little more red. Look what I did. Awesome. What's going on with my color? Since I managed to completely bork this, I'm just going to set it aside and not touch it for a bit. And I need this to be quite a bit lighter. But do I keep adding white, or do I add something bright in the same color family? So I'm going to break this up. Okay, so let's pull out the white again, because I need more white, and the bright yellow. And I have two bright yellows. I have this one. It says yellow. What the hell does it say? It's so tiny. Yellow medium. And then I have this. So I think I'm going to start with the Liquitex because I know exactly what it's like. Not a lot, because these things don't take a lot. All right, I'm going to do a little something here. Trust me, I'm doing something amazing. Here I am, yay! It feels weird to have all this stuff on the screen and not have a host, you know? Getting in the way of anything. Priorities, right? Just gotta have priorities. All right, let's tack some of this yellow. Oh wow, that's exactly the color I want. Almost exactly, which means the yellow didn't do what I wanted it to, but it absolutely did what I needed it to. So I'm going to add this to the rest of the color and see what happens from there. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to add some mixing white because I need this to be light, even if it just turns out to be a wash. And when I say wash, I mean a color wash, not like, it's a wash. I was not expecting to do that in front of the microphone. No. You know what I'd really like right now? A hamburger. I really, really want a hamburger. I don't think I've had one in a really long time. It's always been, oh, let's get Thai food. Oh, let's get Mexican food. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm tired of those things. I want a frickin' hamburger. Usually we go to this little place in the next town, which, you know, is like a 10-minute drive. And the ranch, that's the restaurant if I didn't say so, has been around for what seems like forever. It's probably established in the 60s. The building layout, I don't think has changed since then. The seating area sure hasn't. But they have these burgers, and the burgers are great, but I want one served to me on a plate. And I want there to be a big thick patty with bacon, maybe peanut butter, maybe. Still not sold on the peanut butter on hamburger thing. Lettuce, tomato, pickle, lots of pickles. It's just been a while. It's been a while, been a while. I want it with a side of fries, crispy fries. None of that limp, squishy stuff. And no potato chips. I don't want any potato chips. I've got plenty of potato chips. I want something I'm not going to get at home. Okay. Let's go back to the painting. I am missing a humongous... Oh, my sound levels. Oh, thank you, Ugly Stoat, for letting me know. I'm gonna crank up some stuff. Is this a little better? Because I'm not really talking into the mic. See, people don't come in the beginning. So I don't have any testers to come in and tell me if they can hear me or not. Is that a little better for the music? Yeah, there's only so much I can do without blowing my own ears out. Let me make a couple of changes. Yeah, I need to turn that baby up without maxing it. It should. Oh, here I am trying to avoid even the yellow. Okay, so if my YouTube friends can't see it, I have a friend here on Twitch that is giving me some feedback on how loud it is and should be. If I go too high, I don't want to hurt anything because right now I'm totally at max. But I can change that on the soundboard. That makes a little more sense. See, this is supposed to be kind of quiet. It's supposed to be kind of... But if you can't even hear me in my soft art thing, yeah, there you go. Doing all right, doing all right. I just finished mixing a color that I think is exactly what I need. The only problem now is I have to find a humongous brush. And I can't find one, so I have to text my husband. Give me a moment while I figure this out. Other than that, I have had... Yeah, you can see my phone. I don't send any girly pics on my phone. Okay. Jack has been working, which means I have to be up at 7 o'clock to give my dog medication. I'm less than enthusiastic about that. But it's doable. Is that a huge bad thing to have the... Oh, thank you. Okay, there we go. I was talking earlier today about Christmas cards. And people who send cards that are pictures of themselves. Also trying to figure out how in the world do I get back to work without wanting to drown myself in one of the company fountains. Because I don't want to go back to tech, but tech is paying a lot more now than it did a couple of years ago. All right, let's get some paint on this. I'm going to turn off this light because I can see everything fine, but it is messing with whatever this is. Oh, well, that's grand. Did I get paint on my camera? No. Good. This whole stream has been a comedy of errors. All right, let's see how we do. All right, I'm going to start with a wash. And if I need more, I will get more. Disassociate, treat it as a job. It doesn't matter when you walk out that door. You know, I have to think about the last time I was in the job. The last time I was in the job, I was the oldest person in the room, and I was given an opportunity to make a big difference, and I guess I just wasn't fast enough at making a difference. So I got cut. And when they let me go, they kept saying stuff like, "Oh, we're really happy with what you've done. Thank you so much." And it felt fake. Because, you know, they don't want you to sue the company. Like I could afford a lawyer. So they don't want anybody coming after them saying, "Oh, well, you said some horrible things about me." For all I know, it was sincere, and they were just really bad about sounding sincere. But it felt fake. It felt like I had made a huge mistake. And I was being let go for it. But would they say anything? I don't know. All we can really do is our best. And then try to improve. Was fake or was sincere? Because it's not like I didn't make a difference. Because when it comes to that company, I can start in one place and end up in a completely different one by the end of my assignment. And I know I did a really good job in the first half of the assignment. I created some cool stuff. I published some good stuff. Yeah. And because because it was only 6 months, I couldn't get another assignment at that company. Because there's this thing, back in 2014, this major tech company decided that it was going to level the playing field with its temporary staff. They decided that instead of putting no limits on one type of temporary person and limits on the other one wasn't fair. So they put down a thing. They made it a new policy that all contracts, any type, can only max out at 18 months. And that's perfect. You get 3 to 6 months to ramp up, and then the rest of the time you spend kicking butt. But it got to the point where if you had less than the full 18 months, they wouldn't even look at you. Really unfair, but if they would just hire people instead of relying on vendors, and that'd be great. I did make a few friends, some people that are willing to help me out if I wanted to find a new job. But I'm also kind of dragging my feet on going back into education. I have a few clients that want to do art tutoring in the summer. You know, just bring in their little kids and learn a little something. It doesn't pay a lot, but it's something. It's something where if I need money to buy shoes or get something on Amazon, I can do that. Because when you've been financially independent all your life, the last thing you want to do is ask your partner for money. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. So I would like my own money, thank you. It's just how I was taught. I was taught that you need to be financially independent because this is just the day and age? And I went, okay. I have never had a joint account with anybody. So here I am. I'm going to keep doing this until somebody says stop. I'm very fortunate. I have a lot of supportive friends, family that thinks I'm crazy. I know you all can't see how much this is changing, but to me it looks like it is. It also looks like it's a little blotchy, like it shouldn't be so blotchy. And of course, every single brush I have is not short enough to play nice with this microphone. All right, I'm going to turn this over because I want to see it right set up. Too independent, and second, what a decent partnership looks like. Well, things always change. I've been very fortunate in this particular marriage. But my husband and I spend money and think about money very differently. And he is a lot more forward-thinking in a lot of things when it comes to finance. He knows what to plan for. And see, here's the thing. He didn't grow up broke. His parents were still married. He's never had to watch a child support dispute. and he has never had to be dependent on anyone else for money. And he's also never had anyone question him about how he spends his money. And I have always been incredibly independent. It is something that I was raised to be. So I don't really see that as a bad thing. It means that when my relationships end or ended, whether, and in this particular case, it would be if I lost my spouse to, say, him getting hit by a bus, I wouldn't be left in a lurch. I wouldn't lose my only source of income. I'd have my own. And I've been through quite a few committed-like relationships. A couple of them wanted me to be financially dependent on them. I said, "No, I'll think about it." And only one questioned how I spent my money. And that was the same one who wanted us to have a joint account. So no, I don't find that a bad thing at all. I just would rather be independent. I'd rather have my own money. This is not turning out the way I want it to. Let me play with my camera a little bit. I think I need some darks in here. I just don't know how to do it. How do I do this? How do I do this? Do 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 do. And money is one of those things where money is about control, right? Now, I can see where someone else would find this unusual, untrusting. But you know what? I'm not one to go off on a spending spree. I just need money for simple things, right? Like, I have a dog that needs medication. Occasionally I'll get a medical bill that needs to be paid. Occasionally I will forget a bill, even though I'm really good at keeping a spreadsheet of all the bills. So it feels weird to be given money for bills, to be able to pay for most of them. And have to ask for more. I think we're really lucky, though. We're very lucky because compared to the rest of the city, the rest of this area, we're actually doing pretty good. Ah, I see. Always thought that each person has their own money and not accountable. Stuff like dogs, rent bills, and a joint account. Yep. So here's the funny part. You're gonna laugh. Most of the accounts are in my name. The mortgage is in my name because it was my house before it was his. So I have the accounts, the power bill, the water bill, all these things are mine. Weird balance. Never bothered to change it. We're going to try a different strategy, though, soon. But I can assure you it's not going to be a joint account. It's always been kind of an assumption that the animals are mine, and if I need help paying for a certain thing for the animal, for either of them, that, you know, there's no question about it. But for the most part, it's just, you know, one of the animals is one that I had before he moved in, and one is not. At least I don't think he is. So far it's been okay, and the not liking asking my husband for money for important things is 100% my issue. I mean, there have been times over the years where, especially during the pandemic, where he didn't have an income because nobody was on the work site, or he was unemployed for a month, or something came up. And now he's doing it for me. His main concern is health benefits. So I have a sibling. They have a monthly meeting with their spouse to talk about all that was spent, how things are going. You like that, as it keeps the other in the loop. Yeah. I think the only thing I get suspicious about his spending is when he comes home with a new Warhammer box. That makes me think twice. I say, are you sure we can afford that? He's like, yeah, okay. And I believe him. And he has access to the spreadsheet where I track everything. The amount due, the due date, when it was paid, which ones are auto drafts, things like that. He knows. Money is one of those topics, you know. I swear this color is going to be the death of me. No, I just want to work. I want to be able to make enough money to keep the things that he's not covering covered. Lucky for me, though, I went through a phase where I was collecting art supplies. So I don't need any art supplies. If I do, it's less than $20. People love giving me art supplies, and I love going over to the Michaels and taking advantage of some ridiculous sale that they have. This is not working the way I want it to. I've gotten to the point after all of these years of unemployment where I don't mind taking care of the house and running errands and making sure that, there's no little things. That would get in the way. Everything is safe, everybody's fed, things are picked up, things are cleaned up, things are organized, things are thrown out. Domestic engineer is a valid job description. Yeah, this looks like barf. Hello, this is barf. don't think he's the one looking for a change of job fields. I know that he is looking forward, trying to make plans for when he's too old to be considered for regular work. I don't know how much ageism plays into his line of work. I honestly have no idea. I know ageism and sexism are very prominent in technology. But I don't know what it's like as far as being a union technician. I mean, yeah, a union electrician. I don't know what that's like at all. The new gig is the new gig is going to take some getting used to, because I think he's used to being either really close to the work site as far as parking goes, or having a shuttle. And as of today, they changed the hours, because I guess there is a, because it's over there by the university. But they changed it, and so now he has to park further away. And he didn't realize it, but it's like a half-hour walk from where he parks to the job site. Maybe a little less. He walks pretty fast. Yeah, and he has to pay for parking too, so yay! But, you know, it's a job within his local, so that means he gets better wages here than when he was working in Central Washington. I am trying to get him to think about opening his own little service, you know? But he's like, no, electrician businesses, they die within a couple of years. I'm like, well, you know what? Any small business dies within a couple of years if you don't run it right. So, not a good excuse. Oh, he doesn't carry his tools. What he does is he goes to the site, he drives up to the site, he drops off his tools, and then he goes and parks. And I don't know what the bus service is over there. Usually in Seattle, especially around the university, everything is okay. So it shouldn't be a big deal. I I think his solution, at least in the mornings, is to just get there at his regular time so that he can nap in his car until it's time to wake up and clock in. Let's see. I'm trying to think of his tools. He's got a sizable amount, right? An electric scooter and a pack out with wheels. It could happen. I don't know. He usually figures it out. He doesn't like me to make suggestions. But if you talk to him, since if I remember correctly, you do know him. He keeps forgetting outings. Well, I guess you're just going to need to send me a whisper over Twitch and let me know when you've planned them, and I can remind him. Because he's always griping. Oh, I don't do anything. Everybody else is doing stuff. They're posting pictures on Facebook. Brr. Well, honey, you got friends. We get invited places. We just need to go. But then again, people our age are traveling. So we are talking about a strategy to get us to travel too. Because we need to travel. Oh, this green is just disgusting. I also think that his job kind of wears him out, so he doesn't really like doing much. Like we were invited to a Memorial Day barbecue at a friend's house. And while we were driving down there, the entirety of northbound 405, well, at least a huge chunk of it, had been shut down for construction. Revive 405. And we saw it, and he went, "We should turn around." No, we should not. We went to all this trouble to get all this extra stuff. So no, we're not going to do that. And I don't think it's that he doesn't enjoy being social. He has always been a social guy. Or at least when we were young, he was. This is not the color I want. I feel like all I'm doing is mixing color. I should have made a whole bunch more. And the color I did like. Well, let's see. I'm gonna try a crazy thing here. Come on, let's get that color. We want that color. This is almost as excruciating as looking up from my work and realizing I'm wearing half of my composition. Paint everywhere. Taste the rainbow. All right. Don't make me bring out the blue, please. Okay. That is not what I want either, but I'm going to figure out how to work with it. I'm going to figure out how it's going to make it work. Because if I can't figure out how to make this work, I'm just going to use it anyway. It's not great, but it's interesting looking. Right? It's interesting. Thank you for the lurk. I'm going to continue to put lines on this. Maybe I'll do something different once I'm walking away from it. Jesus Lord, that's a lot of paint. Why did I do that? Now the question becomes, should I care about that big blob of paint? Right now I'm not going to. And I don't care. I'm going to put one more line on this, and then I'm going to put it down. Maybe some shading. I don't know. I do know that I need to do something. Something to let it go in my direction. I had someone ask me, when are you going to do the dog? When are you going to do the dog? I said, I'm saving the best for last, baby. Saving the best for last. Okay, here we go. Forgive me, this microphone is in my way. I'm going to move it while I fix this up. Now I'm going to put some shadows in here somewhere. They're going to be really subtle, very light. I'm about to lose my camera. Give me a sec. Hang on, I'm doing something crazy. We're going to look at this a little closer. Here we go. All right. All right, there we go. Making lots of schmutz. I got your text message, Beach Doggy. I'm just going to say that on the stream. Since my hands are covered in paint. One of the problems I'm having with this paint right now is that it is drying faster than I can work with it. Very annoying. But it's not the paint itself, it's just how acrylic paints are. Acrylic paints are just those. It's why a lot of artists that are slow like me would rather use an oil paint or something else. Something that doesn't dry very quickly. I'm using a medium that is supposed to be a slow dry, but it's not doing very well. I'm also trying to thin it out a little bit with some water. It's still not doing exactly what I want it to, but it's trying. Honestly, I don't know how other painters do it, how they have their setup so that you can actually see everything that they're painting. I am so incredibly envious. And I want to ask him 100 questions. How do you do this? What's your setup? Can you whisper me a picture of how, or draw me a picture of how it's set up? But I think that would be creepy. I mean, one of the reasons that I didn't work on this painting for a long time is that the camera setup was such a pain in the butt. Setting up a camera for painting so you can see the whole canvas, making sure the lighting is where you want it. I've got an eyeglass towel right here that I keep wanting to wipe my paint on, and temptation's too great. Now, I don't see myself as a great painter, but I am having a lot of fun. I'm having a huge amount of fun here. And it's probably gonna turn out weird, but I don't care. Okay. I am going to grab a box of markers. Don't worry, I'm not going to ruin anything. Yet. I just wonder if I have a color here that could help me out. All right, here we go. Might not be the right color. Because on the paper it looks like it's perfect, but let's try a slightly different one. I just wanted something subtle, but I don't know if that's gonna, I don't think that's gonna work. It's a little too bright. Okay, I can see where this might be helpful. You'd have to be really cautious with it, though. So I'll play around with that later. All right, I got an ad coming in for my Twitch people. The acrylic markers didn't turn out the way I wanted them to, but they could be useful for the quilted part on the bottom half. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a few small changes to my environment and my camera setup. Because, man, I have made a huge mess. And I mean a huge mess. That, and apparently I have spent most of my stream talking very, very quietly. Very, very quietly. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. Maybe that's why I get a lot of people swinging by, is that they don't know what I'm saying and they can't hear my music. Sometimes you just want to listen to stuff, you know? And I want things to be so that you can listen. And then I'll tell you a story. Nothing wrong with stories. So I'm going to set this aside so it can dry. And during the commercial break, we're going to look at Fred. I don't know if you can hear me, Beach Doggy, but I got a little thing going on here. Okay, this is gonna take a second because I did a lot of moving around for cameras. A lot of cameras moving around. Alright, I'm gonna disconnect this one and connect it again. Ooh. Yeah, Freddy Cam is now going to be my ad break, I think. She's going to be my little ad break because I don't have a special video to put on ad break, and I only have, like, I think my subscribers' subscriptions have passed. So, as far as I know, unless someone has like the Turbo account that lets them watch everything without an ad, I have no idea what people see. All right. Fingers crossed this does exactly what I want it to. And knowing my luck, it probably won't, but we're gonna try. All right, let's go back to the desk. Okay, that wasn't what I wanted. What have I done? Where'd it go? Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Okay, so let me get my anchor thing. All right. So it works, I swear, I swear. There we go. All right. So there is a story behind these. There is a story behind these, and it is a friend of mine was using these for a paint by number project. And, you know, it didn't work out. Somebody lost interest, like you do. And she says, "Can you use these?" And I'm like, well, I looked at them. And yeah, they're a little crunchy, but I think we can do something about these. So I'm going to text my husband to bring me something very specific. And I really hope he knows what I'm talking about. Dang it, I had a blade here. All right, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to look at these and I am going to see what I can do about getting some of the texture off of them. So I'll show you a little bit about what I'm talking about. When you touch this, there is little bumps and such. This one is not too bad. It's not too bad at all. And you can tell there's been a few second thoughts there. This one, though, it does have some chunky monkeys on it. Like there's some up here. Little chunks of dried paint. So I'm going to try and salvage at least one of these tonight. So if you are a resourceful artist, maybe you can try and do this too. Now this part is just me being crazy with the blade, getting some of these little hills of paint cut off. Yeah, we're as close as we're going to get today, folks. There's not as many as I thought, so this part might not take that long. Now the important part of doing this is I am keeping my blade very, very flat. Y'all, there is so much paint on my fingers, my phone won't recognize my fingerprint. Okay, so let's get some more in here. There's a bunch of chunky parts up here. And what I am using to do all this scraping is a polymer clay slicer. So if you happen to be at the craft store, they sell these now with little plastic shields up here on the top so you don't hurt yourself. It's really nice. But me, I'm a glutton for punishment, so do with that what you will. Okay. I thought this was a lot more bumpy, but it doesn't look like it is. So I'm just going to do some scraping. Now, one of the reasons that pre-made canvases are so very awesome is that if you've ever had to stretch your own canvas, oh God, if you've ever had to stretch your own dang canvas, it takes a lot of, materials, patience, some hand strength, And when I learned this at university, it was all about having something that would last for years and years. Oh, looks like I got some of that in there. You don't want to do that. I'll have to get some glue in there. Yeah, I think for the most part, all this needs is some sanding. Okay, my husband is about to come in here and panic, so everybody get your nice chill face on. Okay. I don't feel any more bumpy parts, so I'm gonna get to sanding. Oh. Okay. Jack brought me some Aleene's. This is not the glue that I was hoping to get, but it will work. So I'm going to go over here to where I tore it up. Where did I tear it up? Oh, I can barely see it. Oh, it works. It's just very, very thick. This glue is going to make me crazy. There we go. I don't need a lot of it, just enough. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to send a picture to my friend Irene, because this is hers. All right. Okay, so that's going to be a little sticky for a bit. So now I'm going to wipe the parts off that I don't get to see, so it's not sticky up here. All right, so the really nice part of pre-made canvases is that you don't have to do the work of making your own. So let me back up here a little bit so you can see everything. Artists used to do this all the time, and you find out about these things when you hear about, in art history, where they discover that, oh my gosh, there is another oops, when they discover that there is another painting inside of the old one or behind it, this is what they're talking about. They're talking about these paintings that are a canvas that have been painted over. Oh, got some more bumpies. I found a couple more bumpies, so I'm gonna see if I can take the edge off of it. Oh yeah, there we go. So what they would do is they would just take their paint and put an extra layer of like white or whatever base they use. I have a feeling that back in the Renaissance age, they did not use acrylic gesso. They probably used something different. Dang it, did I scrape that the wrong way again? Because all I wanted to do was get that paint off. That big old lump. Okay. This is a sanding brick. Sanding bricks are awesome because you can do this. And I apologize to anyone who is traumatized by the noise I'm about to make on this canvas. Now this isn't going to get the paint off, not even in the slightest. What it's going to do is it's going to level all of the surface of the canvas so that it can be, so that gesso can be put on it. And when gesso is on it, it has the, it's like kills. So yeah, it's an owl. The other one is flowers, but this one had bumpies on it, so I wanted to do this and get the bumpies off. So I'm not trying to scrape off anything. I'm just trying to level all the paint strokes and any uneven layers of paint. I know, it's kind of a sad thing that I'd have to... You thought it was a sleeping cat with a huge butt. You know what? I think it does, yeah, it does look kind of like a sleeping cat with a huge butt. Oh, that's too funny. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Okay. I'm gonna finish dulling this up just a little bit. You know, there's a lot of paint by numbers out there that are pretty cool. And there's something for everybody out there. Painters that don't know what they're doing, and painters who do know what they're doing. There is a service out there where you can send them a photograph and they will turn it into a paint by number. Oh, that feels nice. Oh, except for that part. That is paint. Damn it. Okay. I'm going to try and get this lumpy green part off and then sand that area again. Now usually just sanding it will work just fine. Even when I get the, the little cheap canvases and the 10 packs, I will go through and do this. I will sand the surface. And I will put another layer of gesso on it. There we go. Just gonna check the edges, see if I've got everything. There we go. There's a couple of other weird lumpy places in it, but I don't think it's gonna really make too much of a difference. And this particular canvas is different because it came from a kit. And this isn't even really frame so much as it is like a particle board of some kind. Very sturdy. Which is one of the reasons I like it, is because it's very square and it's done in such a way that the corners are nice and square. It's just really nice. And that's one of the reasons I took it on. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab me some gesso. And I'm gonna shake it up and get it started. Here's some ASMR for you. Sorry. Okay. I don't really have a thing for this. I do have brushes, I just don't have I don't have a little, Oh, first drop of the evening. I have a light under my desk that I can just press and turn on. And I just turned it on now after not turning it on for a while, and I have half a dozen guitar picks down underneath my desk. Half a dozen. Okay. These are just some cheap brushes that I got from Michael's. You don't want to use your good brushes for this. You can even use one of those sponges. There's still some texture and stuff, but you see how well this is covering? I'm probably going to do 2 or 3 layers of this, and it dries pretty quick. So we're just going to go with the flow here. Now once the first layer dries, I'm going to go back through and I'm going to sand it again. And when I sand it, it's going to show me, it's probably going to expose some of the original paint, and that's fine. That's why we put several coats. And when you're done with this particular step of the prep process, you end up with a nice smooth surface. There are no lumps from woven stitches in the canvas. There's no painterly lines from the previous painting that was on it. It's really nice. Okay, so I got most of that done. Let's see what I can do about the edges. I think I already painted this edge, which means I have to figure out where I am. I didn't bother doing a lot of sanding on the edges because the paint that was there is thin and it didn't need to be taken down a layer. don't want to wait for this to dry. Waiting is such a drag. I don't want to wait. I just want a big, thick layer of whatever this is to dry real slow. I want you to notice, I don't know if you can see this, but this right here, I think this might be Sharpie because it's bleeding through. Very interesting. So last time we did it like this, now we're going to do it the short way. So I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I have some pretty crazy tinnitus. I can't be in a quiet room because I will hear the angels ring, the most obnoxious high-pitched noise you have ever heard. So I usually always have something in my ears, whether it's a podcast or music, because earplugs only make it worse. So something has to be playing. And today I found a podcast that does 8 hours of pink noise for deep sleep, focus, and tinnitus relief. This is why, if you have tinnitus and you can't hear anybody, because the tinnitus is kind of interfering with your ability to hear things properly, you can't just get you just can't get hearing aids off of. Yeah, I know there's no owl. I'm gonna put a new owl on here, Irene. This is Irene's old canvas. But today I wore my earbuds and I listened to this pink noise tinnitus relief. And I'll tell you what, having that stuff in my ears, I could still hear the ringing, but now I was distracted by the music. I'm told that things like high blood pressure, stress, all these things can cause tinnitus. Well, I'm glad you could stop by and see the process. This is a second layer of gesso, and you missed the part where I was scraping off the hills of acrylic paint with my trusty, dusty, what do you call it? Dang it, I can't pick it up because I'm covered in paint. had a blade. I lived by the blade. So there we are. So someone else said that they didn't realize it was an owl. It looked like a cat with a really big behind. A toddler and lots of paint. Well, you know what? I think that toddler made a really, really amazing looking cat with a big butt. I mean, owl. It was a colorful owl. So while I'm going to let this one dry, and then we'll move on to the next one. Because yes, I have to. Here's another paint by number. This one is not as textured as the other one, but I'm still going to sand it. Just even the playing field here. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be noisy. I'm so sorry. Irene, thank you for stopping by. I'm going to have 2 fresh canvases at your disposal when I'm done here. Okay. Didn't take very long to get that sanding down. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have any brush strokes, you know? All right. Here we go. And this time I'm going to do something a little unorthodox. Here we go. Big, thick layer of gesso. I may have overdone it, but I don't care. Yep, that was way too much gesso. this one didn't have as much paint on the sides as the other one, but just for the sake of evenness, I'm going to go ahead and paint the edges. Because some of these paint by numbers will often have, because it's printed on the canvas, it will sometimes have bits of the print of the design that you're supposed to follow. It's usually just hanging out there. Yeah, see? Right there. That's part of the print. All right, this is a lot of gesso. So I'm going to bring in the other one, and I'm just going to dump it on here. Now, I don't know if you can see the texture. I think you can. But the texture that you're seeing in here is one of the reasons that we usually sand between gessoing layers. And I'm not going to do that here because, well, I overdid it with my gimmick. My gesso gimmick. I was mentioning earlier in the stream that I really wanted a burger. I don't want a McDonald's burger. Those things are terrible. I want a big, thick, fancy-ass burger. Lettuce and tomatoes and gigantic onion rings. Of course, I could just be hungry. And if it doesn't have onion rings on the burger, I want onion rings on the side. With ketchup. So we have two paintings covered in gesso. You know, at one point, I made the mistake of calling it gesso. And my mother chewed me out. I was visiting from the Great North to her place in the Southeast, and we were going over some of her paintings, and I asked her about gesso. I said, well, what is it possible to add pigment or something to your gesso? She's like, your what? What did you say? Let me tell you, my mama does not mess around with art supplies. Or should I say did. She did not mess around with those. It was very rare that she finished a painting. But when she did, they were beautiful. I'm still looking for a painting of hers that she did when I was little. It's this beautiful portrait of a Native American woman. And she painted her because she thought her hair was very pretty and that she had an elegant and regal quality about her. Some of those things wouldn't go over very well today because apparently Americans love to gatekeep. But it's still one of my favorite paintings of hers. I also have another painting of hers over my fireplace that really needs to be varnished, but I don't really have any varnish. When you finish a painting and you want it to last, you seal it with something. You seal it with either a matte or a gloss varnish. And I think all of those paintings deserve to have a varnish on them. And I don't even know if she was taught to do that, you know? But my mother was a very good painter. She had a very distinct style that I may never ever match, but that's okay. I don't have to be the same kind of painter my mother was. I have to be my kind of painter, you know? My windows here so I can see everything that's going on in my world. So I have a painting, I have the dog painting that is almost done. I just have a few more elements I need to work on. Today's camera experiment just did not work for me. I cannot even. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so let's get a good look at Freddie. She did have a walk today, and for some reason, our usual walk is one that there's like a clover leaf we can take. And usually we take 2 leaves of the clover leaf and then we head home. But today, she was not having more than 1 loop. She's like, nope, not gonna do it. So we only did 1 loop, and I don't know what she was thinking as far as, it's not like she gets 2 walks a day. It's just 1. It's just 1. You gotta make it count. She was probably really irritated at me for not letting her eat things off the sidewalk. That's okay. Apparently all the musicians come out at night, so some days I just don't feel like raiding, y'all. Until I have some sort of grasp on what this experience is, I'm really tired. And I know I should be raiding more often, but I may take a week off next month and watch on the nights, just watch Twitch for myself on the nights that I would usually go, and then see who's there, and then maybe have 3 or 4 regular artists or musicians that like to do that. But a lot of musicians at night. I think I may be your only art stream on Wednesday nights. Oh, I'm sure there's more. But at any rate, I'm going to wrap this up because I have a lot to do, and today has been kind of crazy. So my next stream is the same time on Monday nights. And on Monday I will sing you some songs. I will tell you some stories. And maybe we'll do something new. I don't know. It's always nice to have some kind of tarot card reading. I'd love to do that at some point. Not tonight though, because right now I have 2 canvases drying on my desk that I cannot touch for at least an hour, because that's probably how long it's going to take for it to be cured enough for me to sand the next layer. So yeah, so I'm going to tell you that I am really happy that you dropped by. I'm really happy that you lurked for me, with me. I love the conversation, I love the visitors, I love the lurks, and I love actually doing some art. And I think that next week we may finish that painting. Fingers crossed, God willing and the creek don't rise, that kind of thing. Okay, so I love you. I want you to be happy. My name is Wynne Blue. I'm a musician and an artist out of Seattle, Washington. I do this on Mondays and Wednesdays. I do music on Monday and art on Wednesday. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other. And let somebody be good to you. I love you and I want you to be happy. And we're just gonna chill out. So, I'll talk to you on Monday. Okay?